Hi. Hello everyone. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm a bit out of it today. Good morning, good evening, wherever, whoever you are, you know. Sorry. Pulling up my eyelashes as it is. All right. I've got work to do. Now I'm going to try and get to 10 minutes today in my editing. Because I want to play Pokemon. But I've got shit to do tomorrow. I won't be editing tomorrow. Tomorrow, oh my god, I'm gonna see Addo. Isn't that exciting? Yippee! I'm seeing Addo. So I'll do my best to work quickly. We all know that that's not a guarantee, and try and play some Pokemon, but that is also not a guarantee. Depends how soon I finish up. Bobbing, what do you want? This cat, she was lying so soundly asleep on bed the whole time I was getting ready. The second I start up the stream, she jumps. What? Very cute though. Alright. Let's go. Let's get to work. I'll put on music and you can work with me. Or you can just watch me. Do whatever you want. Oh goodness. Oh, I'm tired. What are you doing in my chair? Oh my god. Bobbing. Bobbing, go back to bed. Where'd she go? What is she doing? Sorry, Bobbing is- What are you doing? Jumped on my computer. What have you turned it off? Oh god, she's pissing me off. Oh god, what chapters does Chimney paint the arrows? Chimney paint arrows manga. What am I possibly gonna- how am I gonna find a chapter like this? Chimney, Enies Lobby, manga. I'm not gonna find shit like this. That's Punk Hazard. Oh my god. I'm gonna look up Luffy's small Enies Lobby manga. This is gonna be a pain in the ass to find. I'm trying to find the chapters when Chimney is painting arrows in Enies Lobby. Oh my god, Enies Lobby fates! Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Tally up the fates for me, bro. I want to see exactly how strong these characters are with fake numbers. What am I looking at? Luffy's jet pistol creates a shockwave. Blah blah blah. I felt that one wasn't worth calculating due to the circumstances. Lucci is caught flat-footed here, therefore we get a good idea of the distance he has sent when offering no resistance against a shockwave. We'll need that for conservation of momentum. Rob Lucci is 2.12 meters tall. He's 138 pixels here compared to the base diameter of Shockwave at 76 and length at 53. 76 over 138 equals point... What the fuck? As I've established in previous blog entries, the shockwaves have a tendency to dramatically increase in density. For this reason, just to be safe, I give them a density of 10 kilograms that will apply here as well. So they're trying to mathematically calculate Luffy's jet pistol. Do you guys see what I mean when I'm like, this is made up? It's just, I'm trying to find an Enies Lobby panel and I've accidentally stumbled upon power scaling calculation. Hang on, Bobby wants to leave. But do you guys see what I mean when I say this is all made up? And it's like, again, it's fine if you're having fun with it. But there are people that legit think Oda is drawing these battles with like this shit in mind. And it's like, bro, he's just drawing what looks cool in the battle. He's not calculating numbers in his head. You are making those numbers up. Like, you can't say something is logical when you are making up the first part. You know what I mean? It's logical. Bro, you are the one giving this shit numbers. There are no numbers here. This is ridiculous. Oh, so someone said 414. I don't believe you, but I'm gonna look anyway. Sanji versus Jabra. She does paint here. I thought she painted the way for Luffy though before he was gonna beat someone up. Before he's gonna beat Lucci up. I have to refine that. Hi Subuki. This is the Kaku fight. God, Zoro's... he's a little ugly. These faces he makes. God. World government goons, by the way. Interesting. Nami versus Khalifa. What's the chapter before Luffy starts fighting Lucci? Because that would be when he's talking to Chimney. 410, no. 409 maybe? Nope. 408 perhaps. $4.18? You think? Hang on. Maybe I was wrong. I thought Chimney was painting arrows to direct Luffy where to go, and then he followed the arrows and found Lucci? And he was little and he was talking to Chimney? Where is that? Well, it's not a 418. I just know Chimney helps direct him through Enies Lobby. And I can't... 408? I do not believe it's 408. I think it might be 403. Oh, fuck. This is the chapter on the websites where they've accidentally put a Hunter x Hunter chapter there instead. It's probably 403, but I can't... Oh, for fuck's sake. One Piece chapter 403. There we go, okay. Okay, I was wrong. So she didn't paint the arrows to direct Luffy to beat up Luffy, but she did paint the arrows to help everyone get out. Yeah, yeah. Luffy fell in the water in Enies Lobby and Chimney pulled him out. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I'll take the 414 one. La 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 la. Chimney. Kokoro. Manga page. 414. Man, as always, I love all One Piece arcs. I think they're all fantastic. But it's frustrating because I just have a little bit of animosity towards not Water 7 but specifically Enies Lobby just because of the way people talk about it. Because again, I'm just thinking about if I were Oda as a writer and people kept going back to Enies Lobby and going, no, this is the best one, this is the best one, it would drive me fucking insane. It would just drive me nuts. And also, when I was starting One Piece, everyone was saying, oh yeah, this is when One Piece really gets good. And they're just wrong, because One Piece was always really good. And it's like, I don't understand why Enies Lobby specifically has this, like, chokehold on so many people to this extent. Because Robin's scenes are just absolutely fantastic. But Robin's scenes do not make up the entirety of Water 7, obviously. One Piece gets good when Luffy pops out of the barrel. Yeah, because as I always say, I really loved Robin's scenes, just fantastic. But then after Robin's scenes, every time we cut away from Robin, it just feels like... There's also the Mary, that's true. But it just feels like it drags a little bit, in my opinion. Because, I didn't... Like, again, a lot of the fights were just... I didn't quite care about a lot of the villains they were fighting. Again, I didn't fucking care about Chupapa guy. I just did not care about him. I didn't care about, Kabuki guy. I did not care about them at all. I thought they were horrible fucking antagonists because they were so boring and nothing to me. But the amount of people that, like, are against that, and it's like, really? They just didn't feel like they did anything. And as I always say, the fights in Water 7, like, they were fights, don't get me wrong. But, not much of character growth came out of the fights aside from a power-up. And it's like, again, that's fine, but I want more than that. It's just... It was just really... Like, again, it's the most shonen arc in my opinion. When Robin has her scenes, after that, it just becomes so shonen. And again, that's fine, but it really bothers me when people look back at Enies Lobby and they still go, yeah, this is the point of peak. And it's like, it's good, but comparing it to the rest of One Piece, Oda has just grown so significantly. It's just really frustrating. Because as you know, so many people didn't like Wano, or they didn't like Onigashima. And then they look back at Enies Lobby and they're like, oh man. And it's like, I look at Enies Lobby in comparison to Onigashima. And I think Onigashima is just exceptional. It's just exceptional. And again, Enies Lobby is not bad. It's a very good arc. It's just, I just feel so many people are just really blindsided by it. And they're not looking at it in a writing and narrative perspective. Because I'm telling you, Onigashima absolutely blows it out of the water. Yeah, tons of people say they don't like the art style. But again, I understand that this is an opinion not everyone has, and this is an opinion that will absolutely get me, like, fucking battered into the ground. When I think about Water 7, I mainly think about the Usopp fight, Frankie, and Robin. And after that, it just becomes, like... Oh, and Mary, of course. Those are the four main things I think about. And after that, I'm like... Some of the fights were funny, but again, the Straw Hats as a whole don't really get much out of it. It's mostly just they're fighting, you know, to get Robin back, which is fine. That's totally fine. I just think the fights were really stale. That was Chopper's Monster Point as well. But I can't even remember who he was fighting. This is what I'm talking about. Like, again, if you look at Onigashima, what they did in Onigashima was a lot more notable of their characters. What Chopper did in Onigashima was a lot more relevant to him than what he did in Enies Lobby. Do you know what I mean? Because Monster Point existed, but Chopper's not a fighter. He's not supposed to be. And I like to see him fight for his friends, but he's a doctor. He wants to heal. So what he did in Onigashima with the health bomb, that was chopper to the core. I genuinely feel like Oda has a better sense of his characters in Onigashima and the cores of their characters in Onigashima. Which is why, again, it's so frustrating. It's just so frustrating. I remember who the Straw Hats fight in Onigashima because they're fighting like a part of themselves as well in Onigashima. Like, Sanji's fight with Jabra, I could not give less of a shit about. Because Jabra was funny and Sanji got a power-up. But what else? You know what I mean? What else? What did Sanji as a character gain from that apart from a physical power boost? What did we learn about Sanji through that? Do you know what I mean? I just didn't feel much of that. Aura farming. But as always, don't get me wrong, I absolutely adore Water 7. I adore all the arcs in One Piece. I'm really always super sus when people say, oh, my favorite arc is like Enies Lobby. And they say Enies Lobby and not Water 7. Because I'm like, a lot of the time, I'm not sure if they have opinions that I will agree with. Let's just say it like that. Like, this is what I mean. So when people like, well, what would you critique about One Piece? And I'm like, I don't have much to critique about One Piece. But when I critique, like, an arc that people are like, oh yeah, this is it, this made One Piece, suddenly it's no! No! And when I defend Wano and critique Onigashima, when I defend Wano and critique Enies Lobby, it's no, no, no! And it's like, but Oda has grown as a writer, he's improved. If I'm going to critique anything, it's going to be an older arc. Like, you know what I mean? Because I can see where he's grown. And again, that's the nostalgia to me. Enies Lobby is not the biggest favorite arc red flag in One Piece by any means. Because, like, again, it depends. Because if I'm talking to someone, they say, oh, I love Water 7. Okay, but when they say Enies Lobby specifically, and they can't name, like, really any other moments outside of just Robin's, like, I want to live, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, because that moment for Robin was fantastic, but Robin was the anchor of that arc in such a huge way. You know what I mean? And I think there are a lot of good connections emotionally in Water 7. But I just think Oda's gotten better at that. I just think he's gotten better at wrapping around an arc so well with that kind of emotional connection. Right? Arlong Park as a standalone arc does not work as well. Arlong Park works within the East Blue arc as a whole, but by itself, it doesn't hit as well. It's true. It's true. No, look, as always, Water 7, it is it's just a fantastic arc, but I genuinely will always think people are on a nostalgic copium when they think Enies Lobby is still, like, the peak of the peak. I'm sorry, I will always think that, because it's like, just as someone who has read from front to back One Piece all in one go, like, in modern times, Enies Lobby just feels exceptionally small now. It feels exceptionally small and it feels very stilted in some parts. Well, this is what I mean. So it's like, I think Oda's become a lot better at making an entire arc just insanely engaging. Insanely engaging. Look at Elbaf, for example. Look how good of a writer he has become throughout Elbaf. Egghead does the same thing. And yes, I will argue Wano does the same thing. There are some ups and downs in Wano. There are some issues with Wano. There's issues with every arc. But I will always stand by the reason people had such a negative opinion of Wano is because A, things that they wanted to happen didn't happen, which will always lead people to disappointment, and B, they were reading it weekly. And weekly, yes, I can understand why that can be rough. If you go back and reread it as a whole, fuck, does it flow so well. It flows so well, and with the amount of shit that Oda had to cover, he did an exceptional job of tying everything together, not just within Wano, but within everything beforehand. Wano was literally covering from Punk Hazard. That's an insane amount of shit to cover, and he wrapped it up in such a nice bow. In such a nice, like, just arc. And I think he did such a good job with it. It was such a good finale of the saga. I really think he did, like, it was just amazing. The building up to everything of, like, all the Straw Hats and their love for Luffy and Luffy's love for the people that he's found. You know what I mean? It was just so exceptional. I've always said it, that Luffy's Joy Boy Gear 5 awakening to this day stands to be my favorite Luffy moment ever. Not because it's just Gear 5, but because of everything that's wrapped around before that. And that simply wouldn't happen if Wano as an arc did not hit the way it should have hit. It literally, Wano as an arc literally opens with Luffy being disgusted at the state of Wano and being disgusted at what Kaido is doing to Wano, and how Wano is being, the people of Wano are being treated like literal slaves. They can't even eat food or water. It's all poisoned. It's an all coming together for who Luffy is and what he's about to unleash. It is just, like, exceptional. It's just absolutely exceptional. And it's not just Luffy, it's all the characters. These people that go, oh, Usopp didn't do fucking anything. And it's like, you're just mad because he didn't get any fucking aura farming moments. Yes, he did do shit. He was very important on that battlefield. You're just mad because he didn't get aura farm moments, conqueror's haki moments. Like, shut up. It's all just so much debate around it because Onigashima had fights, but it did not function in the same way the fights in Enies Lobby did. It just didn't. The fights that Oda included in Onigashima were just, again, they were so much more emotionally weighted than he's ever written before. They were so emotionally weighted that it's like, wow, fuck, he's become such a good writer. He's not just writing boom pow for boom pow anymore. He stopped doing that a long time ago. Now he's really showing his guns, and it's just, it's fantastic. Like, the, oh my god, all of Wano, the building up of Wano was just so fantastic. Weekly reading is hell after you reach the inciting incident of an arc. It's true, Sabaki, I agree. So I can understand why people felt discouraged through Wano. But again, it's a combination of what they wanted to happen didn't happen. And when I say what they wanted to happen, it was sometimes shit that didn't even make sense. It was just like, no, I want this. And then Oda didn't do that. And they went, well, it's a shit arc. And then it was the weekly reading. And it really hindered them. And it's like, I feel like I'm actually gonna go bonkers crazy insane. Because again, I read Wano and I'm like, holy fuck, this is such a good conclusion to this. Oh, it just makes me insane. It makes me insane. And that's why I have a bit of this beef with Enies Lobby. Because it's like, yes, it's really good. But I feel to prefer Enies Lobby in a writing sense over Wano / Onigashima. I just think that's insane. I really think that's insane. Because it just did so well. Oh my god, whatever. I know I'm like the I know I'm not in the club with that, but whatever. Absolutely no one agrees with that except for me. Me and my bubble. I just can't imagine being Oda writing an arc like that, like an arc like Wano, which again I think did an exceptional job in what it needed to do, and then people are still going, nah, not as good as this arc that he wrote like what, 10 years ago, over 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I fucking lose my mind. I don't know how Oda does it. It's amazing that this man hasn't ever become discouraged at what he's creating, because it takes a lot of strength. I'll tell you guys that. It takes a lot of strength to continue writing and to continue creating, and people keep saying, actually I prefer when it was like back then. Do you know how much strength it takes to not be discouraged from that? Like, he must really love his own creation to never be discouraged by that kind of shit. And he must be very confident in his own story to keep going. And that's something I really admire. He's very confident in what he wants to tell. He's so confident that he refuses to cave to fucking anyone saying anything. Yeah, yeah. Anyway. I will say, one of the only people who got a better fight in Enies Lobby was Frankie, but that's specifically because Frankie was just introduced. And this was our introduction to Frankie. Right? Because, Frankie in... it was also directly linked to his backstory, right? Exactly. And also, not only that, but Water 7 was Robin's origin story. And I think a lot of people, the reason they frustrate me with this is because they say, why can't this be this or this be this? And then they go back to a recruitment arc. And it's like, not every arc is going to be a recruitment arc. And I always felt it was unfair to compare recruitment arcs with a non-recruitment arc and then say, well, why isn't this character focused on? Because that's not a fucking recruitment arc, is it? Like, do you know what I mean? But hey, maybe I'm just insane. Who knows, who knows? Maybe I'm just insane. Also, sorry, YouTube... Hang on. Sorry, someone was saying I can't hear anything. I'm just telling them to refresh the stream. Yeah, see, I liked Kaku's fight with Zoro. I really enjoyed that. But once again... character-wise, character growth-wise, not just strength, but emotionally and mentally, what did that fight do for Zoro apart from show us a new move that he has? I can tell you exactly what happened to Zoro against King. How he mentally... what he mentally had to go through against King. What that fight did to him that affected him into the future. And this is what gets me. The fights in Enies Lobby? How has that affected the Straw Hats into the future? Robin is mainly the one that has been affected. Usopp as well was mainly the one that was affected there. Chopper to an extent, but that was just Monster Point. But for the rest of the Straw Hats... how is... and Luffy aside as well, but for the others... what... followed through for their characters mentally and emotionally into the future? I can't tell what Kaku's fight has done for Zoro mentally future-wise. But I can tell you exactly what King's Fight has done to Zoro. Because I know that you guys keep saying. I keep telling you guys, yeah, Zoro's been different since Wano. I can feel it. We can all feel it. He literally saw the fucking Grim Reaper after King. King was a very heavy fight for him. It did a lot more than just give him a new sword and a new move. Kaku was very funny though. I really like Kaku. Like, Kaku absolutely carried parts of the arc for me because I really enjoyed him. I don't know, to me it just felt like all the parts leading up to Enies Lobby were just fantastic. All the parts leading up to Robin was fantastic. All of Robin's moments were fantastic. Usopp's moments and Frankie's moments, fantastic. Then the fighting started and I went, oh, we've kind of hit a bit of a decline here. Like, it's just, it was fun, but it wasn't as gripping as I'm used to when it comes to One Piece. And I felt like I was going crazy because I was like, this is good, but it's not like I enjoyed, you know, I'm enjoying other arcs as well. The Lucci jet Gatling was so funny, but also I didn't quite enjoy Lucci much. And I know that's controversial. I like him now in Egghead. Back in Enies Lobby, I thought he was fucking bum boring. I'm sorry, I thought he was such a boring character. I was like, okay, he's like interesting, I suppose. He's got a little bird on his shoulder. I loved Totori. But I thought he was really bland. And I was really confused because so many people really liked him. And I was like, what am I missing? Am I missing something? I much preferred Kaku and Paulie tons more than I preferred Lucci. But he's a lot better in Egghead. Nami's moment with Sanji and Enies Lobby has a connection to his moment with Robin on Onigashima. To an extent, because when it came to Sanji and Nami in Enies Lobby, the whole point of that was Sanji, he knew he needed the help, but he couldn't ask for it. And Nami went, ah, fuck. And then in Water 7, and then in Onigashima, we see that growth, and we see Sanji not only knowing he needs the help, but asking for the help. But now we know Sanji doesn't not ask for help because of pride. It's not a pride thing. It's just because he doesn't think anyone should get hurt for him. Long Rain Longland was incredibly important for character and crew dynamic. I don't know if the Davy backfight itself, like, is that important. I think it is because of Rox's crew, Zebek. But, for the Straw Hats, the Davy backfight was so fucking important. It was literally there to establish crew connection and establish dynamic. Especially before such a big arc like Water 7. I think people just hate fun. That's my opinion. I think people just hate fun. Anyway, TLDR, Water 7's really, really, really good. But why do I have to fight for my life when I say I prefer Wano over Water 7? Like, that's it. TLDR. Why am I fighting for my life here? One Piece needs to be serious, you know? It has to be serious. It's a serious manga. Oh, I don't have my little guys on the screen. That's what I was missing. Whoa, this quality is 1,000,000 times better than this one. Damn. Oh, wait, I know why that is, because the place where I used to get the colored manga from that had really good scans was taken down. Whoops. No, I think it's just that Oda has evolved as a writer. I think he really did used to enjoy drawing Punch Pow to a great extent. But he has gone on record saying, as you get older, fights become more tiring. Like, he's basically saying fights are becoming more annoying to have to draw. And that's clear as day. It is absolutely clear as day to me that he is becoming a lot more emotionally in tune with his narrative than action focused with his narrative. And he was already really good emotionally with what he would write. And now he's just getting better and better and better. Which is why when I say, like, Wholecake Island, I still say is one of Oda's absolute best emotional arcs. I can say this for a fact because back in the day, while he wanted to create an emotional manga, he clearly was a different person back then, as we all are. We grow and we learn. And I can see the more he writes, the more we get into One Piece, the more emotional he wants to make this series, the more he wants to focus on emotion. It's just so clear. And Wholecake Island is a blinding example of that. Just a blinding example of that. The only fucking person who fought in Wholecake Island was Luffy. And that was against Katakuri. And even that fight was full of emotional turmoil. Like, Katakuri and Luffy's fight is one of Oda's absolute bests. From a narrative standpoint and from a character standpoint. One of his absolute best for everything that it did. Especially with Katakuri being a newly introduced, like, character in the arc. Katakuri's character, what Katakuri is, what he represents, what he went through, his quite literal growth through that fight he had with Luffy was just absolutely exceptional. Like, that's masterpiece kind of shit, you know what I mean? It was just really exceptional. So it's like, I'm looking at Wholecake Island and I'm like, this is Oda's emotional best. And I stand by that. I will forever stand by that. And he's just getting better and better and better. He truly just improves. It's just really impressive. It just feels like Oda's become a lot more in tune with his characters more than ever. It really does feel like that. So when people look at like Usopp and Wano and they go, where is aura farming moments? It simply is the case Usopp is not there to be an aura farming character. That is not his character. That is not Usopp's person. Usopp was never made to be that. And it feels like Oda is understanding his own characters more than ever these days by making that the case, you know what I mean? Usopp is not meant to be Mr. Aura Farming, he's just meant to be average Joe who we can admire. That's Usopp. And that's what Usopp was throughout Onigashima. No, he's not the strongest. No, he's not the most powerful. No, he doesn't have fucking insane haki. But by God, is he gonna do what he can when he can, and by God, is he gonna save the people that he cares about if he can do that. That's exactly what Onigashima did for him. And that's exactly what Usopp is about. And that's exactly what Oda is pushing. I feel like Oda understands his characters better than ever these days. And I really... That's why when people talk about flanderizing, I'm like, he's not flanderizing them. He's made them more. Like, I feel a lot more from the Straw Hats than I ever have these days. Oh, my eye. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do. It's okay, Oda. I see what you're trying to do. I see what you're doing, Oda. Don't listen to everyone. You don't listen to everyone anyway. You just write what you write. Well, I personally feel if Usopp doesn't stick to his slingshot, he loses a part of his charm. Which again, Usopp's charm is, in my opinion, he's the coolest kid on the playground. Again, he's average Joe, but he's like a master of everything, you know what I mean? Next to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, he doesn't seem like a beast. Next to the average person, he's fucking insane and incredibly capable. And the slingshot adds to that, you know what I mean? I just feel like he'd lose that kind of like... He's so cool in that kind of like human childish way if he lost his slingshot. But hey, again, I don't know, maybe that's just me. La 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 la. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. Girl, it's freaky. You trick or treat me. Mm-hmm. But see, once again, King, I understand what you're saying, but all those things that you were saying are physical accomplishments, right? And what I'm trying to say is, but that is not Usopp's forte. not to like that extent, because I'll always say it. The scene he has in Onigashima where he saves the samurai, where he saves Kinemon and he says, "I will cling to life with snot dripping down my nose," is such a shining example of who Usopp is and what he is and why he belongs as a Straw Hat. Like, it's just crazy to me. And to me, that moment that Usopp has stands out more than any physical accomplishment ever will. Because he's on this battlefield fighting a war against an emperor. He's saving the samurai. And he's yelling at them, "I will cling to life with snot dripping down my nose. You're coming with me." How is that not the most Usopp of Usopp things to ever Usopp? Like, Usopp just wants to fucking live. And by God, if he has to cry to survive, he will cry to survive. This is Usopp, and people don't like this side of Usopp, but that's who he is. He's a coward. He's a self-proclaimed coward. I know whenever I say he's a coward, people go, "He's not actually a coward." Yes, I know, but he's a self-proclaimed one. That's the whole point of Syrup Village. He can't help it. He's a coward. But by fucking God, will he do everything he can to make sure not only he survives, but the people he loves will survive. That's what Syrup Village is. So when we go from Syrup Village to Onigashima, I am seeing that this is still Usopp true and blue. That's him. And I appreciate that so much. It's true, King. It's true. Ow, fuck, that was loud. Well, again, Nami and Usopp did what they needed on Onigashima, which was be the support. And the funniest part is Onigashima even opens with Nami and Usopp, like, before they even enter the island, with Chopper beside them, hiding together. Because they know this is not their place. We are seeing what they are doing on a battlefield, and what they are doing on a battlefield is being the support. They are silent about it. They are in the shadows when they do it, and that's the point. They are supposed to be, because this is what they do. This is who they are. And again, tons of people just don't like that. They won't accept that. Because these are the same people who will be like, "Oh, you can't have this character on the crew because they're not strong enough." They are the same people that will argue that shit. That the way you have to have a Straw Hat is they have to be physically strong enough to be a Straw Hat. And then they miss the whole point. And it's like, how are you not understanding the way the Straw Hats work and the way Luffy works? Like, I just don't get it. I will never understand it. Like, they genuinely think the way Oda is filtering out Straw Hats in a story is, oh, they have to be physically really fucking strong to be a Straw Hat. No. That is literally not what this is about. Oh, he also wanted crew members because of character. Because of person. If he wanted just profession, he would have picked anyone in the Baratier. But he didn't. He picked Sanji because he liked him. Ow. Well, that was their duty. And then you know what they figured out on the fly? Wow, we can turn half of Kaido's crew against him. And people don't see that as a fate. Like, they say fate this and fate that, and they don't see that as a fate. That Nami and Usopp, together with their combined brain power, turned half of Kaido's crew against him. And there's even an announcement after they do that. The tides have turned. The Beast Pirates are now the ones facing a wall. It was an insane thing to do, and people just don't accept that because, oh, that was Otama. That was Otama. The only fucking reason that was Otama that was able to do that is because of Nami and Usopp. Don't make me mad, I swear to God. Nathan, yes, it will include Gear 5 Bonney. Of course it will. It's a really important aspect of her character. I don't know. It's just like, why do I have to defend Usopp like this? Like, if people stopped looking at Usopp like average Shonen Joe, I wouldn't have. This is why I say One Piece genuinely gets held back by being within the shonen genre, because not only do people not consider it as something spectacular because, oh, it's just a shonen, they also look at One Piece with a shonen lens only, and then they say, well, it has to do what other shonen are doing. It has to. Otherwise, it's bad. I.e., you get Usopp being treated the way he gets treated by people. And it's like, I swear to fucking God. Like, guys, I don't hate shonen. It's just not for me. But why does One Piece get this treatment when it's just proven itself it's not like that? Like, you know what I mean? Oh! Well, it's like, I was saying to, what is it? I was saying to, talking to Foily, because a lot of people now have been coming to me asking about, what do you think will happen in Elbaf? What do you think will happen in Elbaf? Because so far I have not been wrong. I was only incorrect at the very start with, the whole hallucination shit. But so far, I've been pretty on beat with Elbaf. And I was talking to Foily, like, people keep coming to me asking, and I'm not sure what's going on here. And Foily said, well, it's because Elbaf is a lot more emotionally charged. And other people are thinking of Elbaf in a more stereotypical battle shonen way. And I was like, oh. That might make sense. Like, the amount of people that are still, like, expecting Loki to, like, what, be, like, an opponent, I guess, for the Straw Hats? Or for Zoro to fight Loki or something, and it's like, that's just, I don't see any indication of that ever happening right now. I just don't. My future side hockey. Well, when Loki was introduced and people was like, he's a villain, he's a villain. And us, in this area, in this space, we're going, there's no way he is. Like, there's just no way that he's actually an antagonist. Bro is chained to a tree. Luffy is vibing with him, and you expect me to think he's bad? I don't think so. I consider Zeus is like not a person. Do you know what I mean? Zeus is quite literally an object. I consider Zeus a straw hat the same way I'd consider the Sunny a straw hat. Oh my god, I just remember this image. God, I love this image. The Mary is a straw hat. No, but this is what I mean. So, like, yeah, straw hats. But they're not part of, like, the arts. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're a straw hat, but when you think of the straw hats in your head, you don't think of that. Zeus is like a Pokemon. More than anything. You think Loki and Luffy will get in a fight? Disagree. If anything, it looks like Zoro and Luffy are the ones that are gonna get in a fight. Again, not in a physical way, in a why the fuck are you acting like this way? Does your girlfriend watch One Piece? Or has she only seen parts of One Piece? Does your girlfriend read One Piece? I was gonna say, your girlfriend's on Marineford and can't stand Sanji? I think that might be a lost cause. I'll be honest with you. I think she just sees Sanji as the stereotypical pervert. Also, anime does not help him. Doesn't like Sanji and she's on Marineford. Is watching the anime. Yeah, no, I think it might be a lost cause. I don't think there's anything I can do to help. She's not on a rough road until she gets to Whole Cake Island, though. If she hates Sanji and she's at Marineford, you know what I mean? I don't know what to do there. Because, like, what? There's fucking nothing that, like, I can't imagine. Like, why? I think you're right, Tsubaki. I think people just project the pervert onto Sanji, so they think he's a lot worse than he ever has been. Mr. Nine, what the fuck are you talking about? You just say things sometimes. What if the world was made of pudding? What if the world was made of pudding? It's a good meme. But here's the thing, Sanji is not the stereotypical pervert. When I started One Piece, I thought I was gonna hate Sanji because I thought he was going to be a Master Roshi. I thought he was gonna be a Mineta. And he wasn't. He was literally a character who has much more to him than just liking women. And not only that, Sanji's Sanji's love for women does not come from perverted places. Like, yes, he has dirty thoughts. Don't get me wrong, he's got dirty thoughts. But he doesn't see women as like an object for him. He quite literally just wants to serve women. He sees himself as an object to serve women. Like, that's the whole point. It's quite clear that Sanji thinks women are above him. Like, again, he's got dirty thoughts, but he's not the stereotypical pervert at all. I think there's a difference between a pervert character and a character that just has a bit of a dirty thought sometimes. This pervert character indicates that that's basically all they are. Look, worst thing he did was sniff Perona. But, like, guys, again, because you know what other pervert characters do? That's disgusting. They grope. They grope people. This is why I'm saying, like, Sanji compared to all the other pervert characters in, like, shonen, he's such a, just a guy. He's just a guy. He's just a guy. The worst thing he ever did was sniff Perona, and while that was, like, weird, and I would prefer that that didn't happen, that is not punishable by death. That was just really, you know what I mean? Dun, 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 dun. That was more of a, man, what is wrong with you moment than a, that's it, you're going to jail. This is what I mean. If Sanji had to encounter Mineta, he'd beat the fucking shit out of him. Because Mineta is just a going around groping women. Bro, Sanji does not do that shit. And this is why when people like, when you compare him to other anime perverts, I don't think he should be compared to them point blank. Again, he's had a dirty thought or two, but he's not actively being a fucking menace. Like, I just think a dirty thought is not punishable by death. I'll just be so for real. And as always, I struggle to... the Weno bath scene, I struggle to have that be anything, because as I always say, he wasn't allowed to be there. That was a mixed bath. It's just, mate, why did you go invisible? You could have just walked in. Like, it's difficult to really filter that as anything. Because the scene literally opens with Nami, Robin, and, oh shit, how could I forget her name? Shinobu, thank you, in the bath, with men in the bath with them. Because it's a mixed bathhouse, and it's like... it's like, Sanji, you could have just walked in. I remember when I was talking about that with some people, and they were like, no, the worst thing he ever did was the 1-0 bathhouse. And I was like, yeah, it was a bit uncomfortable, but like he wasn't overstepping any barriers. And then people went, what? And I was like, guys, it was a mixed bathhouse. That was the point. And then that made so many people go, oh shit, it was a mixed bathhouse. And it's like, don't get me wrong, he still should not have been like peeking like that. He still should not have gone into the bathhouse for the sole purpose of oogling boobies. But he wasn't like I still think the reason Oda made it a mixed bathhouse is because he doesn't want Sanji to go to that level. He doesn't want Sanji to be that kind of character. I think he absolutely refuses to make Sanji like that. So he made it a mixed bathhouse. For like the scapegoat. But hey, that's just a theory. But also the boobies. Let's begin. Sanji, get behind me. The cheese is being stabbed. Do 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 do. Queen is Frankie's dad theory. I mean, I don't have much thoughts on it, like, because I just don't care much for, like, blood relation theories, I must say. Because, you know, like, okay, now what? You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand from here, what do we do? Like, there's not much to expand on that, I suppose. But also, doesn't that not make sense? Because, what, Frankie got thrown off of a ship when he was like 8 or something. Wouldn't he have recognized Queen? Or am I thinking too much? He changed a lot, but it's still obviously Queen. Like, I think Frankie would recognize. No, he 100,000,000% saw Queen. Queen was leading the party on the floor that Frankie was on. He big time saw Queen. Bro, if your dad's name is Queen, and they talk and act like that, and then years later you see them, their name is Queen, and they talk and act like that, I think you'd recognize them. Especially Mr. Frankie, who has upgraded and changed his own body as well. Do you not think he'd recognize that? Well, point's still proven, so he's a scientist. Do you seriously not think Frankie would recognize that? I think he'd know. With the way Queen acts, I think you'd realize, oh fuck, that's my dad. Okay, Queen, throw the Queen name out. Queen has an obvious personality. His personality is that, you know what I mean? Could be Frankie's mum. Like, I think you would be very hard-pressed to forget someone like Queen on a personality basis. Also, still had the same hair and the same goggles, mind you. I think Frankie would recognize that. I think he'd be like, wow, this guy acts exactly the way my blood dad did. I hated that bitch. Well, no, it's not in the story. This is what I mean. Like, I don't know. I don't think Oda made Queen with the idea of Frankie, personally. But hey, maybe that's just me. Frankie did recognize him, but didn't give a fuck. And that's what I mean. So why does it matter? I don't know. I don't know. I don't really care much for blood relation theories, because it's just so clear that that's not what One Piece... That's not what matters. Not true, Royal Kings. Blood's important within monarchies, such as Vivi and her family, Shirahoshi and her family, Robin as well with her mother. Blood is important from time to time, but when it's someone like Frankie, who got kicked off of a ship and clearly does not give a fucking shit about who the hell his blood family is, it's like, why does that matter? Like, I just don't know. Although some of them was like, we don't know where Frankie got like his love for like building from. And I was thinking, are they implying that he got it from Queen? if the queen was his dad, isn't that fucked up? Like, hey, maybe unpopular opinion, I wouldn't want Frankie's love for building to come from his fuck-ass blood father who kicked him out, who's like a horrible person. Like, I don't want that to be a thing. But we know he got his love for being a shipwright from Tom, so that's what matters. I don't know, mainly when I look between Frankie and I look between Queen, I'm like, but what story here would matter? Like, I just can't see what would matter there, personally. Especially that they've met! They've been in the same room now! As adults. And Frankie didn't even blink over at him, so it's like, somehow I don't think this will ever be anything that will matter. See you, Sabuki. But also, the other thing with One Piece is sometimes kids in One Piece just get abandoned. Sometimes kids just get abandoned. Sometimes kids are brought into the world and they get abandoned in One Piece. It's something that just happens. Zoro's own story is that, right? Zoro's blood family mattered so little that his fucking family tree was in an SBS. Which again, great theory, I suppose, but what am I meant to do with that? Like, I just don't understand. I bet abandoned, died, whatever, you know what I mean? Sometimes kids are just displaced in One Piece's world. There are just kids in One Piece's world, they exist sometimes. One Piece's world is not an easy world to live in. I need Oda to do the same thing with Nami's family tree so people can shut up! I'm so serious! I'm sick of people trying to make Nami's bloodline a thing. It's so obvious it's not a thing. It drives me insane. Nami's bloodline doesn't matter. It never mattered. Her mother is Bellamere. Her sister is Nojiko. Even if she did have a blood mother and father, which she did, she doesn't fucking know or care about them. She was a fucking infant baby child when she was found in the East Blue. Yeah, the Shiki movie! That is a movie and not in the manga. And then Oda said, never mind. It doesn't matter. Even if it were a thing in the Shiki movie, which it wasn't in the end, it didn't matter. Which is my point. I hate when people use the Shiki movie argument because it's like, yeah, the movie that Oda wasn't actually writing, a non-canon movie. And people use that as an argument. That is so obviously Oda just fucking spitballing. If it's not in the manga, guys, it doesn't matter. I don't know how many times I have to say this. He was gonna include Nami's bloodline in a non-canon movie. That is the most, oh, this doesn't matter ever. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. And then it didn't even happen. Probably because Oda went, oh, fuck, never mind. Like, her blood doesn't matter. It drives me insane. I'm sorry. I'll always be so fucking angry at people trying to make Nami's blood a thing. It's not a thing. Stop trying to make it a thing. And even if it were a thing, again, why would Nami care? Why would she give a shit? Her blood doesn't mean anything to her. She was an infant child. She doesn't even remember. She doesn't even know who her parents ever were. Bellamere's her mum. Nojiko's her sister. Why would her blood matter? The only reason people want Nami's blood to be a thing is because they think Nami cannot work off her own merits. They think that she has to be something special in her blood for her to be this good of a navigator. And do you know how weirdly condescending that is? Like, no, Nami can't just be this intelligent. She can't just be someone who worked towards her own talents and skills. It has to be something she was born with. She's just that smart. Let it go. It's so annoying. Like, why can't Nami just be intelligent? Because it's not both. It's not both. Her blood so obviously doesn't matter. She was in an East Blue island. This is the other thing. People are like, oh, a random island. It was a random fucking nowhere island in the East. It was a random nowhere island in the East. Right? That pirates fought on and that Bellamere fought on. From what I know, that's not anything significant. It's just an island in the East that faced this kind of bloodshed the same way tons of different places. Tons of different places in One Piece have suffered. This is what happens in One Piece. Fights happen. Wars break out in One Piece. I don't know. I hate the Nami bloodline stuff because it feels like they're discrediting Nami for what she is. And discrediting Bellamere and Nojiko as her family. It's so annoying! They are my least favorite theories ever. I cannot stand people trying to think Nami is this special blood child of people she wouldn't even fucking care about. It just makes me insane. Like, stop it! I've had it! I've had enough! Not to mention nothing, absolutely nothing preludes to Nami having this connection. Nothing. The only thing that people can connect is, oh, we just haven't seen her blood family. There is nothing at all that connects to Nami having some special blood relation. Nothing. We had connections there for Sanji. We don't have anything for Nami. Stop it! I've had it, mate. I've had it. I'm sick of it. Every time I see people try and say something about Nami's blood, I go more insane. I'm serious. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter so much that it doesn't even matter to her. She doesn't give a shit. Like, I've just had it. I mean, yeah, fan letter does say that, but again, fan letter's not in the manga. But I just hate when people try and use a non-canon movie that didn't even happen, by the way, as a reasoning, when it's like, Oda obviously dropped that for a reason. The manga didn't, the movie didn't do that for a reason. It's nowhere in the manga for a reason. Stop trying to use outside sources, I swear to God. Like, is no one looking at Oda going, oh fuck, never mind, as a, oh, he probably dropped that for a reason. Enough, I've had it. Start using the manga as your source. I swear to God, it's driving me insane. It's, oh, I will actually go nuts. And you know who else got the story that, or is getting the story that people want Nami to be getting? Shanks! Shanks is the person that's getting this, not Nami. It doesn't matter to Nami. Stop it. I've had it. Bonney needs an example of someone who shares her blood with evil. Fucker, that was Judge. That was Sanji and Judge. Why do you think Sanji and Bonney had that connection in Egghead? Sanji is right there. Sanji's whole blood mutation is literally the evil in his blood. The evil in his blood. That's the whole point of Sanji's story. That he has a blood connection with people he fucking despises. That's the whole point! Nami is not part of that. At all. That was Sanji. Sanji and Bonney had that connection in Egghead because they shared that blood connection regarding, wow, we're related to horrible people. That was the point! And when I try and talk about Sanji and Bonney having this connection, people throw that away. Sanji doesn't need to be a Celestial! He is literally related to a genocidal fucking war maniac. He doesn't need to be a Celestial. Also, Bonnie's not a Celestial. What are you talking about? Bonney is not a Celestial. She's related to Celestial dragons, but she's not a Celestial. Bonnie's own connection is through Sanji. Nami does not need Celestial blood. That is such I'm sorry, that's such a stupid thing to ever think. I'm sorry. She doesn't need that at all. At all. Because again, you know what the similarity is with Bonney and Sanji? They fucking knew who their mothers were. We saw Bonnie's blood mother. We saw Sanji's blood mother. Nami's blood mother doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Bonnie's blood mother mattered. Sanji's blood mother mattered. I just hate these theories because I feel like people are not reading the story. I feel like people are not reading the story. It actually makes me insane you don't understand. But Bonney needs this. Bonney had that with Sanji. She had that with Sanji. You just don't want to accept that. I've had it. I've just had it. It's like people trying to find who's Bonnie's blood father. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. It was just some fuckhead who was a celestial dragon. Oh my god, it drives me insane. It drives me insane. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. I am correct and you are wrong. Cheezer, this is the thing. You don't understand. Sometimes people are trying to make me crash out on purpose. Sometimes people genuinely think these things. I've seen it. I've seen these takes in the wild. It is not people trying to make me crash out on purpose sometimes. It is genuinely people thinking these things. I'm doing my very best to educate. Like, I want to believe it's so bad that people don't actually believe this shit, but some people do. They do. So what am I meant to do? It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. It's like the crocodile's Luffy's mum theory. Some people say that as a joke. Some people genuinely believe it. It's a toss-up. It's genuinely a toss-up. It's a matter of reading comprehension. Anyway, Bonney and Sanji had that connection throughout Egghead for a reason. People called me crazy when I said Bonney and Sanji have this connection. It's obviously for a reason. And yet, I'm right. Like, this is clearly the reason. Sanji can relate to Bonney and Bonney can relate to Sanji. It's all in the text. It's all in the text. I listen to you. Anyway. Demon Slayer continuing series? I mean, eh. Okay, now see, you're trying to make me mad. Look, theories are fun until some of the theories people have pull away from the story. That's the issue. I think theories are great, they're good fun, but some theories people have, it feels like they're missing the big picture when they have some theories. Such as people really trying to figure out who Bonney's blood dad is, or blood father is. It's a fun theory, but if you keep focusing on that, you're genuinely missing what Bonney's story is about, which is why it's so frustrating. Whoop. We're ranting about how theories can be fun, but there are such stupid theories out there that make no sense to the story that One Piece is trying to tell. But yeah, blood sometimes matters in One Piece. It's true. It does. But we've seen that the only time blood matters is when it has a global, like, domino effect, such as Roger with Ace. Or if the child, the blood child themselves actually remembers their blood parents. That's when it matters. Zoro hates women! He just doesn't respect them as warriors. Which again is canon. Which is true. There was a whole arc for it. Anyway. I'm surrounded by lunatics. She's a woman. I get mad when people can't accept that Rayleigh's a better mentor to Luffy than Garp ever was. I get mad when people think Garp was actually, like, nice to Luffy. It's a web P. Oh my god. Anyway, case in point. Nami is just intelligent. She doesn't have any special blood in her. She's just a smart girl. Holy shit, why can't she just be that? Why can't she just be intelligent? Look, the day that Oda released Zoro's family tree, and his family tree literally did not matter to Zoro, it mattered so little that it was in the SBS, that's when I was like, yeah, this shit doesn't matter. This shit doesn't matter. It's just an Easter egg more than it'll ever be anything relevant to the story. Grap. Grap. Okay, now you are fucking with me. But that's the thing. Zoro apparently has some Druma blood in him, right? And even that didn't mean anything. Like, because he wasn't raised by the guy. He met him once. But even that didn't mean anything. You know what I mean? You have a sweet spot for Garp? Get out of here. Like, Zoro has Duma blood in him and not even that means anything. So what hope does anyone else have? Guys, what if Nami's related to Imu? No way. I'm calling it, Imu is Buggy's, parent. I'm calling it now. I don't know why my text is so pixelated. It really makes me sad. I don't know how to fix that. Why so pixely? I don't know how to fix this. Oh, I guess because the image itself is pixely. Never mind. This is base body we're up against. That's true. What if Imu is the modern day Genghis Khan and just has tons of children? Sorry, the One Piece Genghis Khan and just has tons of children. Why are we limiting it to one? Random shit, you are wrong. It's the other way around. It doesn't matter to Oda, but so many people were asking that he told us. That's why it's in an SBS. If it mattered to Oda, he'd put it in the story. The fanbase really cared! Random shit, the fanbase cared so fucking much that when Oda revealed the family tree in the SBS, they were disappointed that it wasn't part of the Wano plotline. Like, that was a whole thing. So many people thought Wano was going to dive into Zoro's ancestry, and then it never did. And Oda said, damn, here, have a fucking family tree. You've got it the wrong way round. I don't think Oda cared at all. But I think way too many people were asking him and he went, fine, here's the family tree. If it mattered to Oda, he wouldn't have put it in an SBS. Or only to him. But also, I envy you. I envy you. Random shit. Because that means you didn't see all the horrible things that I had to see when Wano was happening. And when people were getting really, really angry that Zoro's bloodline wasn't being talked about in Wano. Like, I cannot tell you how crazy it was. It wouldn't be interesting if it was in the story. Thank you. Exactly. That's why he didn't put it in the story. But so many people were demanding it. It was insane. Guys, Wano is Zoro's Whole Cake Island. Don't you know? This fucking meme. Why'd they crash out at his dragon being blue, huh? Why? What's wrong with being blue? Momonosuke and Kaido are like the gender reveal dragons, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, the amount of times I've seen people talking about Elbaf, and with every chapter they're like, guys, it's looking disappointing for Usopp, and it's like, Elbaf is never gonna be the Usopp Whole Cake Island arc. Because again, I've explained why that can't be the case by definition of what Whole Cake Island is, and once again, I blame Sanji for this. I blame Sanji for this. No one cared about a character's Whole Cake Island until Sanji got Whole Cake Island. Whose gender are they revealing with those dragons? I have no idea. That's a good question. I can't think of something funny to say to that. By the way, some people got really mad. Hang on. Where's the chapter? $10.23. I'm looking for it, hang on. Where is it? I'm trying to find that. God, why is it so impossible to search on Twitter anymore? What did people get mad about? Let's find out. I know exactly what I'm looking for, but I can't find it. Hang on. My ass hurts. Sorry, because I'm sitting in an uncomfortable position. I'm doing my very best. Oh my god, I'm just gonna find the panel myself at this point. And Zoro and Sanji are fighting together in Onigashima. We'll jump to 10:28 and see if I can find anything. Speaking of Zoro's, like, lineage, if we want to. La 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 la. I was like, okay. I said, Oda's insane for this. They're watching Zoro and Sanji fight together. And they're talking about, Ushimaru. Right? And they're like, whoa, he's like the spinning image. And I was like, Oda's crazy for talking about how, yeah, wow, this guy resembles Zoro, and his partner was a fucking curly-eyebrowed fox. And I was like, is this on purpose? That his partner's a curly-eyebrowed fox. As they're talking about him, they're literally back to back. In the exact same scene, they're watching Zoro and... What the fuck just happened? In the exact same scene, they are watching Zoro and Sanji fighting back to back. And I'm like, was this a purposeful thing that he did to include this? Because it seems on purpose, right? Like, damn, wow, this guy from all the way across the sea fights exactly the same way as this one samurai we knew, and his partner is a curly-eyebrowed fella, right? And when I said this, it made a lot of people really mad, because some people were like, actually, Gear 5 looks a lot more like the fox. Like, Gear 5 Luffy looks a lot more like the fox. And I was like, first of all, not only is Luffy's Gear 5 form not permanent, i.e. Luffy's curly eyebrows are not permanent, why the fuck would Luffy mirror the fox? Like, I was like, why in this situation would Luffy mirror the partner of this samurai? That does not make any sense. And a lot of people getting really frustrated about it. Like, they were getting, like, upset at me about it, and I was like, but it doesn't make sense. And they were trying to, like, explain to me, no, Gear 5 looks more like the fox, so Luffy, like, this is more of a parallel between Luffy and Zoro than it is between Zoro and Sanji. And I'm like, they are literally watching them fighting back to back in this moment and imagining the samurai with his curly eyebrowed partner. And you're saying that actually it resembles Luffy and Zoro because Luffy looks more like the fox when he's in Gear 5 form. And once again, why the fuck would Luffy mirror the fox? Like, and I had to explain, Luffy literally is more of a mirror to Odin. He quite literally has a moment where he resembles Odin. More than Zoro ever did. Just because Zoro has a sword, right? Which is when Kaido is like, oh, I feel a strength from him. And we see Odin and the rest standing behind Luffy. Because Luffy is the one that's trying to save Wano. Luffy is a resemblance of Odin. So some people got really angry at me because I was like, really, really odd of Oda to include this scene of the samurai that they're saying looks like Zoro, acts like Zoro, with his curly eyebrowed partner, which they are imagining together, as Zoro fights with his curly eyebrowed partner. Like, come on. Surely Oda was like laughing about that. That sounds like a joke, you know? Like, I swear Oda was having a giggle there. That's literally Sanji's eyebrows, right? Zoom enhance. Bro. Ah! That's Sanji's exact eyebrow. It's just, it doesn't sit the same way, but come on. Don't fuck with me. But yeah, I don't actually think Sanji, like, full on is meant to be the fox, by the way. I don't think that. I just think it's really funny that as they imagine this guy, they imagined him with his curly eyebrowed partner. And that's exactly who Zoro's fighting with. Curly eyebrowed fox that starts a fight with Zoro, you're right. Foxy stocks up. But yeah, anyway, when I pointed that out, some people tried to argue, actually, that's Gear 5 Luffy. And I was like, what the fuck would Luffy be the fox? Like, it didn't make any sense. That's true, foxes don't fight with their hands. That's true, Oda. When you showed Ushimaru alongside his fox partner with the curly eyebrows, was that purposefully joking about Zoro fighting alongside Sanji, his own partner with curly eyebrows? Maybe he would answer that. The only animal that Oda has actually made Sanji is a duckling. I need everyone to know that. Oda didn't actually pick longhorn sheep for Sanji. That was the figure artist that Oda just really liked that picked longhorn sheep for Sanji. I still think it's adorable. Like, Oda still drew that, but he didn't pick that. The animal that Oda picked for Sanji was a baby duckling, which is so cute. Oh yeah, and in one game as well, Sanji was a fox, but fuck, he's such an ugly fox. Thresh just sent this to me. See, this is what mods are meant to do. Why do they all look so ugly? That is like the ugliest fox I've ever seen. And then Zoro looks horrendous. Like, what is this? He looks like a cereal box mascot. Anyway. Yeah, so Sanji has only been presented as a fox once, and it wasn't picked by Oda. Oda picked a baby duckling for Sanji because he said he's round and yellow like a baby duck, and that is so cute. That is so cute. They're great. That's literally what I was thinking of. Oh shit, we're nearly on 10 minutes. Sanji is very fox-like though, I will say. Like his German name and German powers is literally stealth black. And foxes are known for being what? Stealthy, which is honestly what he is. And he's a sly fox, not really, but unfortunately he does fit a fox. And Oda was wrong. But I cannot take away baby duckling from him. That's just too cute. Like, that's so cute. That's how I know Oda loves Sanji. He's like, he's a baby duckling because he's little and round and yellow. That's so cute. I love foxes. Makes me sad how foxes are treated. La 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 la. Did you know kangaroos are also considered a pest in Australia? What Australia considers pest means nothing to me. It means nothing to me. What chapter does Egghead start? Egghead Island of Adventure. Hey, I think that might be it. No, Carly, the reason kangaroos are considered pests is because they just break everything. They'll break, like, fences and fuck up farms and all that kind of stuff. La 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 la. What? Wait a minute. Oda originally gave Bonney brown eyes, but he has now given her blue eyes. Wait a minute. Make up your mind, man. Oh god, I'm tired. I want to play Pokemon. One Piece official art 128. Sometimes I think about how passionate I get when I talk about like One Piece in these streams. And I'm like, damn, I need to fix that. And then I'm like, I literally would not be here if I didn't care about One Piece as much. So maybe I don't need to fix that. Maybe I'm allowed to be a little bit insane and angry. At least you know my love is authentic, you know? Sort of expanding into other media. I mean, look, I've been thinking about doing a Mel recommends section of things I like. Because someone asked me, are you going to do a Kids on the Slope video? And honestly, I'd love to do that. I'd love to do a Kuroko's basketball video. I'd love to do a Kids on the Slope video. I really would. Mob Psycho as well. I've been wanting to do that. But I'm too invested. I like One Piece. Like, There's so much happening and there's so much to talk about in One Piece. See, look, now she's got blue eyes. Oda, what are you doing? There is something funny that Oda does, actually. I like how he will not budge on Robin having brown eyes. I love that even though the anime has, like, copyrighted Robin's blue eyes, Oda's not moving. I'm obsessed with that! He never gives her blue eyes. He said, no! Robin has brown eyes and I'm never changing that. Yeah, oh my god, get her contacts. This is a really, really nice cover. I love the way he's colored this in. Because it looks like light is literally like radiating like in rainbows off of Luffy. It's just gorgeous. Hi Sanji! Hi Sanji! Oh my god, too close. Hi Sanji! Why is he sitting like that? Close your legs. Oh my god. Be a lady. Not Luffy's dog. Oh my god. The amount of times I like get a good image of a character, but it's like framed by Luffy's dogs, it's actually foul. It's heinous. It's happened so many times. It's genuinely concerning. La la la. One of the only One Piece YouTuber that analyzes character over anything else. Yeah! That's how I got here. Because I was really upset that I couldn't find the content I wanted. I said, fuck it, I'll do it myself. Oh my god. I wish I knew. Goofy doesn't. Goofy has good takes, and he's got a good understanding of One Piece, but sometimes his takes are fucking horrendous. You can tell him I said that. He'll know exactly what I'm talking about. He will know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't want to give you an example. It was a DM that I had with Goofy. We were talking in DMs, and he said he had an opinion about One Piece, and I had to like kill him. I'm sure he'll tell you if he wants to tell you. I set him straight. Don't worry. I beat some sense into him. I'm not spilling the tea. It's actually funnier if it's just between me and him. The elusive opinion. The elusive goofy opinion that was dog shit. Looks like Luffy kicking me? It does too. Two glasses a bit, please. Tell Goofy I said... Mel said she respects majority of your opinions, but sometimes you have the worst opinions ever. Tell Goofy that I said that. And I guarantee you he's gonna crack up, because he'll know exactly why I'm saying this. He went blue to see brown and blue. Someone's gonna comment that. Watch. They're gonna be like, oh, Bonnie's eye color changed. No, he changed his stance on the matter. He did, because I forced him to. Base Bonney! Shut up. God, Law was such an ugly little thing. Zoro, your shirt is green! It was green! Blah, blah, blah. Green, the green boy's green, no way. Sorry, I just think it's so funny that a shirt was actually green in Oda's head. And for some reason they made it red in the anime. How peculiar. Oh my god. Moves so fast. Ah! Hyperspeed! La la la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Point. Does that make sense? Yeah, whatever. Oh, I opened the wrong file, I opened the wrong file, I opened the wrong file. Bah. Um. 498. I wish I knew. When does Bonney bum rush Zoro? That was really funny. What happened to her crew? They all died! Blackbeard killed him! Kiss your dad on the mouth. Oh, that scared me. Thank you, Votakun. You are far too kind. What a way to make an entrance. Oh my god, Luffy, why do I hear boss music? Bonney. No, I'm pretty sure they died. No, Kaisen, they weren't just citizens of Sorbet Kingdom, they were also like super experienced fishermen or something. Fuck, that pizza looks so good. Guys, they're fishermen. It's okay, they're fishermen. I'm pretty sure Blackbeard decimated her crew. Well, it was either Blackbeard or Akainu, one or the other. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I don't think Bonney's crew matters to that extent. I think Bonney's original crew doesn't overly matter in the same way Ace's original crew wasn't like super important. I'm sorry, Deuce fans. I like Deuce, is that his name? Haha, Deuce. But he wasn't overly important. Wiki says they were captured by Akainu. So Blackbeard didn't kill him. Interesting. Because of course Blackbeard like captured Bonney and nearly killed her. Blackbeard did nothing wrong. Yeah, he just held Bonney and said, if you want to be my woman, you'll survive? I think about that a lot. Because I'm trying to decide if it was implied that Blackbeard didn't know, or if Oda's actually trying to make Blackbeard like a disgusting scoundrel. Because Blackbeard's a villain. Like, he's a villain. Because, hang on, he says something like, oh, he says something not good, and I'm like, did he know? Hang on. I even say it in the video, did Blackbeard know? Fuck, what chapter was it? Hang on, I'll pull it up and you guys will see what I mean. Sorry. I just found a post that said, "Why didn't Blackbeard steal Bonney's devil fruit? Is he stupid?" I love the way that was asked. Is he stupid? Oops. Chapter 595, that is probably it. There it is. Okay. Do I actually have this downloaded? I might. I do not. So the reason I need this downloaded actually, because I'm going to be using it anyway. Bonney, Blackbeard, manga page. And then we convert it. And then I can show all of you why I'm like... What was the intention here? Like, did Blackbeard not know? Or is Oda trying to make Blackbeard, like, yucky? Because again, he is a villain. I think he is supposed to be yucky to an extent. Like... Well, here's the thing, and here's my opinion. Hang on, hang on. My opinion is Oda finds that to be just absolutely disgustingly devious. Hence why, what was his name? That fucker from Fishman Island was a thing, Vanderdecken. Vanderdecken was created to be the most unlikable, most disgusting, most yucky character anyone could ever, like, see. Vanderdecken's obviously made to be disgusting. Like, that's the point. Disgusting. So, thank God Oda seems to see that as disgusting. But this is why I look at this page, right? I still can't believe a young girl like you has a bounty of over 100 million on her head. I don't need a weakling like you and my crew. If you'll be my woman, I'll take you along. Now, when he says young girl, does he mean because Blackbeard is, like, older? Or is he actually just being disgusting? I don't know. I don't know. I say in my video, I'm hoping it's because to Blackbeard, a girl in her early 20s would be a young girl. That's the hope, right? Exactly. Young girl and not young woman. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. I wonder what he says in Japanese. I don't know. I just don't know. So I'm like... Is Blackbeard this much of a scoundrel? Is Oda trying to make him this much of a scoundrel? Scoundrel, that's a really bad thing. Like, this much of a monster? Or does he mean a young girl as in because he's simply just a lot older? Like, I just don't know. I don't know if he knows. I don't know. Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the intention of that scene. But remember, Blackbeard's a villain. Like... Does he know? I thought Bonney was in her 20s when we first met her. I mean, I wouldn't really say the signs were there because to me she didn't act like a kid, she acted like Luffy when we first met her. She also saved Zoro and calls him a fucking idiot. Like, she didn't really act like a kid in my opinion, but I explained in the video about Bonney why I see this as purposeful. She was acting more like a kid on Egghead for obvious reasons. Because that was a situation that was a lot more traumatizing for her. Like, here's the thing, it's easy to look back now and go, oh, back then no one fucking knew. No one had any idea. Absolutely no one had guessed, from my knowledge, at that point in time, who she really was. Most of us, me included, all assumed that she was just a young adult pirate. Like, now it's easy to look back and go, oh! Bro, barely anyone had that thought back then. No, Bonney acting the way she acted before Egghead makes sense. But as I said, I explained in the video why in Egghead that childish part of herself came out more. It's a good video, guys. I make a lot of good points. Please just trust me. I mean, I've said this before and I'll say this again. Oda draws Bonney's older form the way he draws any woman. Like, I don't know. I find it, look, I'll always find it odd when people are like, well, why didn't you draw her like this or this? Because then that would have been really fucking obvious, wouldn't it? Like, that would have been really obvious. I don't know how to tell you guys this. It was supposed to be a twist that she's actually a child, and it is actually in correlation to her story. The amount of people that are like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? He literally drew Bonney the same way he draws every single woman. Which is like, that's the point. She's supposed to blend in. That's the point. Like, I agree that sometimes Oda is a bit off, but with Bonney, I do not think he was. Like, he's supposed to be tricking us. Because we're not meant to believe that she is a child at all. If he didn't give her the exact same style that he gave every single woman, we'd be like, what's up with that? You know what I mean? Like, I just think it's odd. The funniest part is, what made me think that, Bonney actually wasn't an adult is the fact that Sanji didn't have absolutely any moments with her at all. He never gave her hard eyes or anything. And I was like, okay. Like, that's why I was like, okay, now I think something's up. Because, like I said, there's lines that Oda will not cross, and that's one of them. It's very clear he will never cross that line. I think he genuinely finds that to be, like, despicable. And he did not at all want Sanji at all being part of that. Because he likes Sanji. But it's like when people are like, why doesn't she always look like a kid? Why didn't he always draw her like a kid? Gee, it's almost like that's the point. You know what I mean? Because now, in Elbaf, right? Bonnie's is always a child. We haven't seen Bonney in her adult form since Egghead ended. Hello, that's the point! There's a metaphor here and you guys aren't seeing it. Like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people are prioritizing making Oda a scumbag over the actual narrative. And it's like, listen, I raise my eyebrow at Oda sometimes too. I do the same thing, but it's very clear what he's doing with Bonney. And it's not for a disgusting reason. Like, he wasn't drawing Bonney the way he was drawing her to be disgusting. He was drawing her like any other woman he was drawing at the time. Like, it's just odd, I think, to try and push that. When there's a clear narrative reason behind what is happening with Bonney. But that's what this video talks about. It talks about why Bonney is the way she is. And why she changes her form the way she does. It's a good video. Once it'll be done, it's a good video. It's 11:11, make a wish. I wish I knew. Oh god. Bunny, your face. Oda did release Zoro's cup size. He literally did. His bust size. 110 centimeters. I had to double check. $110 Oh my god, that's crazy. I just looked up 110 centimeters on chest. I got an image of a guy whose measurements are chest 110 centimeters. And they look like they bounce. That's so beautiful. Who here still uses Facebook, by the way? Like, to actually post? To post things. Not just to be on there because your parents or a family are on there. Who here genuinely scrolls through Facebook? I need to know, because that image that I saw was on Facebook. Never have. I can bet how old you are. Because of course Facebook was like the thing back in the day. But I'm just shocked because I have some people from like, they're my age, from my hometown, or where I grew up, and they still actively use Facebook. Like, they scroll on Facebook and they repost things like memes and stuff on Facebook, and I'm like, what is going on? Like, I thought none of us in this generation used Facebook anymore. What is happening? Old souls. I was shocked. I just didn't think anyone from like my generation ever used Facebook like that. That is not Luffy, that is Zoro. Shit. You're 35. Okay, you get a pass. Is that okay to say? Does that make you sad if I say that? Oh my god, he's so big. Ah! Oh god. God, Luffy's scary looking sometimes, isn't he? I love you, Luffy, but you freak me out. Captain Useless Man. The man himself, it's been so long. God, Lord is so ugly! I can't believe people prefer this outfit. I just can't get over that. What an ugly little outfit. Black and yellow. Law interested me a lot on introduction, but fuck, he was ugly looking. He was just ugly looking. Zoro, why are you green? I understand, Sanji. like picking on Zoro. If a guy were that green, I would also have to pick on him. How do I think Zoro will react to the crew being in such danger while he was away? Bad. It's interesting because Zoro went with Luffy with the idea of, I'm making the right choice here, because if I go with Luffy, I can figure out what's going on with Loki, and that will keep things safe because Loki's got bad rumors, right? But in retrospect, that was not the correct choice for him. Because if he's stuck on the upper level, he'd be able to help with what's going on right now. I do wonder how he's going to react to that, because I can imagine that he's going to be upset that he's once again in the wrong place at the wrong time. And this is why you trust Luffy. This is what I keep saying. It is odd that Zoro wasn't trusting Luffy with Loki. That in itself was an odd behavior from Zoro. That he couldn't trust Luffy to just deal with the Loki thing on his own. Or to just deal with Loki on his own. That's odd, right? I always thought that was odd. And I kept saying, this is not a normal Zoro behavior. Anyone else, because like, anyone else would have heard what's going on with Luffy and Loki. Well, you know, Luffy can handle that. But Zoro decided, no, I cannot trust what Luffy is doing in this moment. I will go with him instead. And now the crew is getting absolutely fucking battered. Like, I am really excited for when Zoro and Luffy and Sanji figure out what the fuck is going on. I mean, respectfully, Zoro did something on the rooftop. What the fuck has he done with Loki? All he did was kick him. Zoro not trusting Luffy in Elbaf is not the same as Water 7. The Water 7 situation was not the same. The Water 7 situation was Luffy stepping up as a captain, right? It wasn't that Zoro wasn't trusting of Luffy, it was that Zoro was reminding Luffy, we are following you, you are the captain, you have to make decisions that reflect all of us. If you don't stand with your decision, who can we trust, right? That's totally different from what's happening in Elbaf. Elbaf is Luffy going, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm going on about, and Zoro going, no, I don't trust this, I'm going with you. Which again doesn't make sense because Zoro even acknowledged, all I know about Loki is rumors. And Luffy even said, well, if Loki fights, I'll just fight back. And for some reason Zoro can't take that at face value. That is really odd. Anyone else, like when Nami was hearing about Luffy and Loki, she didn't give a shit. She didn't give a shit. She was like, oh, who cares whatever they want to do with Loki. I don't give a shit. She heard the same things about Loki Zoro did. So why is it that Nami trusts Luffy to do whatever he wants to do, but Zoro doesn't? Again, it's because Zoro's on edge. I think Zoro's trying to be useful right now. And yet, it seems like he's once again not where he should be. Or he's not what he should be doing. Because if he just trusted Luffy, he'd be up in the upper level right now. But I do wonder what's going to happen with that. I just have a feeling that Zoro's gonna see Gabon knocked out and he's gonna panic. Because Gabon scared him. And now Nami's even said, yeah, Gabon threw Luffy and Zoro around. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. But it definitely ties into if Zoro had just trusted Luffy on his word about Loki. And trusted Luffy's decision about wanting to go unlock Loki. Zoro wouldn't be there right now. And clearly it's not a dire situation with Loki and Luffy. Loki's idol backstabbed a child. Yeah, and Zeph kicked a child. So what? Watch as we get an actual decent explanation for why Rox did that. Because I'm telling you, I bet it's gonna be Loki kept trying to follow me to sea. The sea's too dangerous for a child. I have to make sure he definitely doesn't follow me. I have to make myself the bad guy. Well, Raph, right? It does sound like that, which is why I do think there could be a good moment between Usopp and Zoro and Elbaf. I'm having a picnic down there. God, I really, really, really want Zoro to see Gabun all messed up. Because I know that's going to psych him out. Because Gabun freaks Zoro out. So Zoro seeing Gabun getting beaten would no doubt freak him out. I said that in my chapter review. Chopper's probably gonna go big fluffy bull version and save Gabun. Who the fuck is Garfield? What? Zoro had to stick with Garfield for 6 months? What? Does he hate Mondays? I want to use the fish, but the fish doesn't encompass the image well. The framing is bad. Yeah, this is better. Anyway, yeah, so the whole time I was reading Elbaf with Zoro and Loki and Luffy, I was like, this is odd. Zoro not... Because it's one thing to be like, no, I don't trust Loki, you know what I mean? It's another thing for Zoro to not trust how Luffy will handle the situation. And not trust Luffy's instincts of wanting to free Loki. That's odd. Luffy said, I want to free Loki, and if Loki fights, I'll just fight him back. And Zoro said, that's not good enough. And he's literally trusting rumors over his own captain's instinct. And how many times do I have to say this? That instinct that Luffy had is why Zoro's alive right now. If Luffy didn't have this way with people, or this instinct with people, Zoro would be dead. He would have died back at the Marine base all the way back in the East Blue. But because Luffy trusted in Zoro and his character, and wanted to see him, by the way. Zoro's alive. They even have the same line where Kobe says to Luffy, Luffy, if you free Zoro, he's going to kill everyone. He's going to run around and start killing people. Which wasn't true. Again, Loki and Zoro's situation is so obviously paralleled because it's ironic. It's ironic that Zoro is being this strict with what Luffy is doing, or not trusting what Luffy is doing, when Loki is in the exact same situation that Zoro originally was when Luffy first found him. It's a near exact parallel, and it's like, I feel that's the point. That we're looking at Zoro and going, mate, why aren't you trusting Luffy here? What's going on? Why is your fear of rumors of Loki overtaking your trust in your captain? That's what's happening right now. He's letting his anxieties get the best of him, I'm saying. I'm saying! It's what's happening. Luffy's instinct is a lifesaver. Luffy's instinct for people is a lifesaver. It's just so ironic that Zoro's going against the instinct that saved him. It's just crazy. Why didn't Blackbeard steal Bonney's fruit? Is he stupid? But yeah, that's the funniest part. When it comes to trusting people, and when it comes to trusting character, I'll believe Luffy, thanks. I'll believe Luffy. Luffy's never been wrong about character. Never. Anyone who he has directly introduced himself to, and he says to them, you know, I will help you, he's never been wrong. Because people try and get him with Kanjuro. Kanjuro was not the person he was helping. That was Kinemon. Ah! Because people go, Kanjuro, Kanjuro. That was Kinemon, not Kanjuro. Kinemon and Momonosuke were the two that he was helping there. Kinemon and Momonosuke were the two that wanted to get Kanjuro back. Luffy didn't give a shit about that. But Luffy has directly interacted with Loki. Has enjoyed... He was not wrong on Whiskey Peak. And I stand by this. Because who was part of Baroque Works? Vivi. And who tried to save Vivi after people realized she was a princess? Those same Baroque Works people tried to save Vivi. Igaram, by the way, was someone that Zoro directly tried to battle. I stand by, Luffy wasn't wrong there. Like, yes, they did try to kidnap the Straw Hats, but they quite literally got a friend and a crewmate out of that. I will always stand by that. Actually, no, Luffy was not incorrect on Whiskey Peak. Yes, they were in a tough situation, and if Zoro didn't do what he did, something could have gone wrong. But Vivi was part of that. Igaram was part of that. Miss Monday and Mr. Nine and the other people of Baroque Works moved to help Vivi, and in turn, the Straw Hats moved to help Vivi too. It's not mental gymnastics, it's right. Like, Zoro still needed to do something there, but it's just incorrect that Luffy was wrong. He was also correct for Pudding. Luffy's mum's crew. Because, like, that's the funniest part. Say what you want about Luffy and Zoro and Whiskey Peak. Vivi was originally a Baroque Works member, and so was Igaram. And had Zoro been let loose, he may very well have knocked out Vivi and that connection never would have happened. Like, do you know what I mean? Because he was moving to get rid of him. It's more complicated than that. But also, the funniest part is Whiskey Peak wasn't even Zoro's instinct, he just remembered the Baroque works. Like, why the fuck did he not tell anybody? I mean, I already know why he didn't turn to the Straw Hats and go, by the way, guys, this is Baroque works. The one who had the instinct there was Nami, not Zoro. Zoro just used what he already knew. But it also is funny to think, Straw Hats there or not, that night turned into chaos because they knew who Vivi was at that point. Remember, Fuck, who was she? Miss Valentine and Mr. Five appeared to get Vivi. So even if the Straw Hats were in a situation there, the night became chaotic because they were sent to go get Vivi at that point. So I really like this video of this guy flipping. No, Zoro won't blame Sanji. Although he does do that thing that when he's mad at himself, he projects. He did it in Punk Hazard. Remember, he freaked out in Punk Hazard. By the way, we have canonically seen Zoro freak out because he's worried about the strength around him. Which was in Punk Hazard. When he yelled at Luffy, Luffy, shape up! Act serious, this is the new world. And Sanji said he's so hard on himself. Because Sanji and Luffy both knew Zoro was yelling that because he freaked out. He was a bit worried there that he wasn't going to be good enough. We've seen this happen before, and then people call me crazy when I try to say, I think Zoro's having a moment of anxiety right now. He's had that before. It's happened multiple times. Forest! Forest, draw Sanji in a maid outfit right now. But yeah, look, if Zoro did lash out at Sanji, like, why weren't you there? Why weren't you there? I think Sanji would know. Oh, fuck, he's upset at himself. Because we saw that Sanji saw that in Punk Hazard. Again, Sanji knows Zoro. He understands him. Controversial opinion, Sanji understands Zoro. Alright, what chapter does Bonney bum rush Zoro? What chapter was that? Sanji does speak Moss language. Yeah, I remember it was somewhere around 500. $4.99. La. Zoro, Bonney, manga, page 499. La. So stupid. I love him. Why Dum-Dum? Sorry, I just spat everywhere. This panel is really like it's just such peak Zoro Dum-Dum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Sorry, I'm converting the image and then I can show Dum-Dum. It's not this image, I'm just making sure it's converted. Okay, good. All right. He just took Dum-Dum, you know what I mean? He looks silly and Dum-Dum. This is what I mean when I say Zoro's like cute in an ugly kind of way. But what? Ah. The cats running around out there, that scared me. I thought we had an elephant in the house. An old lady bear. What? I'm lost. Tomato juice. Oh! I was imagining a bear who was an old lady. Oh, my beautiful mind. An old lady bear hugged you. My beautiful mind. Oh my goodness. I mean, if she called you a bear, she called you a bear. Is that a problem? This is such an Italian... It was stupid! You know? Stupido! She's definitely Italian-Australian. And that's not because I'm also Italian-Australian.
Howdy do, boys.
Hi, howdy do. Yeah, but loving pizza is not Italian adjacent, you know? Everyone loves pizza. I've never met a single person on this earth currently that doesn't like pizza. Honestly, I think if someone doesn't like pizza, they're trying to be different. Like, what the fuck do you mean you don't like pizza? There are so many different variations of pizza, you have to like one. You are trying to be different. Don't fuck with me. But I've never met anyone that doesn't like pizza. There's a reason pizza is like the children's safe food. Everyone eats pizza. Not liking anime is an odd one because it's a medium. I don't know how to tell you this. Anime is not a genre, it's a medium. Like, you might as well not like animation overall. Do you know what I mean? Because so many people are like, anime is, but anime this, anime that. I understand anime has some like yucky tropes, but any medium can have like some yucky tropes. You know what I mean? Like, this is not an anime thing. There are tons of anime out there that are not... Like, they don't have the pervert character. They don't have, like, the panty jokes. They don't have weird stuff in it. There's fucking tons of anime that don't have that shit. It's a medium. It's not a genre. I don't like music is a fucking weird one. That is such a weird one. What do you mean you don't like music? What do you mean? Like, are you a human being? Like... I don't trust that they are a human being. I don't like music. Do you not enjoy art? What is your problem? Your BFF doesn't like pizza. Your BFF has not had enough pizza. That's what I think. Your BFF needs to actually try different pizzas and not Domino's pizza. Sorry, I'm just checking something. But you like pizza. Like, pizza can be anything is what gets me. Can be anything. The base doesn't even have to be bread or dough. How crazy is that? Oh my god, fuck, Law wouldn't like pizza. Because it's bread. Oh, he pisses me off. Yeah, but... Odu, there's a difference between not caring about music and not liking music. Like, when you heard music, when you weren't going, oh, I hate music, you know what I mean? There's no way to dislike Zoro. Okay, counterpoint. I agree that there's no way to dislike Zoro apart from maybe that he doesn't shower. Counterpoint. But there's more ways to get obsessed with Sanji. I agree with you that there's no ways to dislike Zoro. But there are more ways to become obsessed with Sanji. That's my counterpoint. I know I'm in this shit. I know I'm here. That might be a take that will get me killed. But I stand by it. forest? Why? Oh my god, leaving me. Sorry, I'm looking for a video. La 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 la. Ow! Freak, that was loud. My eardrums. It is so easy to get obsessed with Sanji that even Luffy was obsessed. Think about it. Think about it. It's so easy to become Sanji obsessed that even Luffy was like, I'll kill myself. If you don't come back, I'm ending it. If you don't come back, I'm dying on the spot. That's so beautiful. I'll die in the most painful way for me personally if you don't come back. Remember, kids, it's not toxic if it's the protagonist. It's not toxic if it's Monkey D. Luffy. Hi. Maybe that one doesn't work. Devious music. I am scrolling through videos. Give me a sec. Wait, I have to use this at some point. Sorry, I just found a video of an actress shooting a gun and screaming. I have to use that sometime. Wait, maybe I should use... I'm really trying not to use Lois Griffin. I'll be so honest with you guys. Lois Griffin is my default, like, reaction for when I want to add things into videos. There's just so many good Lois Griffin moments. It's hard not to add her. Like, I want to add her crying. I love her. I'm sorry. I'm just basically saying how embarrassing it is for Zoro. You're a 10-year-old little girl to call you stupid and you're a grown-ass adult. Because if a 10-year-old kid said to me, wow, you're stupid, I think I'd start crying. Oh my god, I have to use Lois, screw it. Eh. My favorite Family Guy episode. I do not have... I don't have a favorite Family Guy episode. Oh, it's just like One Piece. It's all good. It's all good. No, I'm kidding. I do not like Family Guy enough to have a favorite Family Guy episode. Like, Family Guy is really memeable. It's memeable, but it is not a good show. It's memeable and there's talent in it, but it is not a good show. Like, I genuinely can't think of when a Family Guy episode has come on and I've thought, wow, this is a good episode. I can't. I'm a mad dog. I'm just not smart enough to understand Family Guy. That has to be it, right? There are a lot of really bad Family Guy episodes. Really bad Family Guy episodes. How can I pick just one? I'm gonna get streamer posture, it's true. No, don't joke, it's true, I will get streamer posture. Well, the manga came before Family Guy. One Piece came before Family Guy. But I think it's beautiful that I was born the year Family Guy was released. Maybe it's fate. The Family Guy manga. This man right here, officer. No, I'm still playing Brilliant Diamond. This is literally still disgusting no matter how you put it. Like, guys, Blackbeard's a villain. He's a villain. I don't know if you know this. Doesn't even have good taste in pie. Are you Luffy? You know what the funniest thing is? Luffy doesn't even hate cherry pies. He just hated that establishment's particular cherry pie. Oda even says it. His least favorite food is one particular establishment's cherry pie. It's just that cherry pie. It's not even cherry pie in general. It's just that one. Isn't that like super specific? I'm gonna piss so bad. I'll be back. I'm back. I'm here to put my socks on. I got shit on. Awesome. Okay. Ugh. My big ass feet. I wish I knew. Do I believe in the supernatural? No. Mainly because if ghosts were real and they could fuck around with us, why aren't there more of them? I guarantee you, if I turned into a ghost, you would know that ghosts are real. I would be... I'd be unstoppable. I'd be doing nothing but fuck around with as many people as possible. I stand by if ghosts were real. We'd know. We'd full well know. It wouldn't be a, oh, is it speculation? We'd know. There'd be way too many people as ghosts who would want to fuck around with people. Like, why is it always, oh, but ghosts are scary, ghosts are ominous? Bitch, why is every ghost, like, haunting? Why is every ghost haunting and evil? Like, why? The majority of ghosts would just want to fuck around with people. I don't understand. Oh, well, aliens aren't supernatural. That's cosmic. I mean, aliens, yeah. It makes sense that there would be aliens out there. But I just don't think they're advanced like we think they are. Like, I don't think there's, like, the Green Martian that can travel at light speed. I just don't think that exists. But, yeah, there'd be life in the universe. It's huge. Why wouldn't there be? There is technically life in the universe, it's just not us. It doesn't look like us. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think there's something smart enough to travel the universe that's alive. I don't think those types of aliens exist. Cause you're in one. Invent faster than light travel so they can look up your ass? See, that's interesting, because I think if ghosts existed, they would in fact look up your ass. Maybe it makes sense. Maybe if you... Well, why are you inventing light travel, you know? Perhaps it is to look up someone's ass. I think there's connection, like, through ancestors, through culture, but I just don't think ghosts are a thing. Again, I I truly think if ghosts were real, it would not be a toss-up. We'd know. We'd know. See, Cabal, that's exactly what I was thinking. I think humans would invent faster than light travel to look up an alien's ass. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I think we'd do that. So it's not improbable. Where did alien probing even come from, actually? Like, what invented that? What horror sci-fi invented that? And why did they default to going up bum? I'm actually now curious. La 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 la. I seen one. I seen the ghost. So, okay, riddle me piss. Why is it that when someone originally believed in supernatural, right? Ghosts appear before them. But people who do not believe in supernatural never seen ghosts. Are they like fairies? You have to believe to see them? Is it like Santa? Like... Do you have to believe? Why is it always like that? I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Maybe that's how ghosts are fucking around with us. They are purposefully not showing themselves to people who don't believe in ghosts. Hera, 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 hera. If you're more susceptible, then you'll feel it. But see, this is what I mean. I don't think ghosts, if they really existed, would be this passive. Because again, if ghosts were real and I died, you guys would know that ghosts are real. Because I would be unstoppable. Like, it's... There is someone in all our lives, right? If they died, I would know if ghosts are real after they have died. Because where are they? You know what I mean? Or is it just specific people become ghosts? If so, why is that the case? Like, you had sleep paralysis. Some people say it's the people that have shit left behind. Do you know how much people die with shit left behind? That doesn't mean anything to me. Bro, we all die with shit left behind. Like, that'd be so many people. That's still dying with something left behind. Bro, everyone dies with regrets. We all have regrets. That's the human experience. Everyone. Every single human being on this earth has regrets. You'd have to not be human to not have regrets. Quick, guys, I don't want to be a ghost. I don't want to be a ghost and haunt you. I don't want to die with any regrets. Quick, every beautiful goth woman in the world has to kiss me right now. Right now! Sending the edit. Quick! I don't want to die with regrets. Please, I'll become a ghost otherwise. Oda, quick! You have to draw Zoro and Sanji kissing. I don't want to die in agony. I don't want to die with regrets. Please, Oda! I'll become a ghost. I'll haunt you, Oda. Please. I don't know what being spiritual means. I'll be honest with you. I don't believe I'm spiritual. But, like, I don't actually know what spiritual means. That explains it. I'm not offended, man. I'm not offended. I'm okay with not being spiritual. I think what matters the most is just trying to be a good person and to help people and to see what matters around you, such as doing things like trying to take care of the earth. I think after that it doesn't really matter. I think faith is a beautiful thing. I think you can have faith in anything. Because that's the thing, faith isn't just religious. Faith can be in anything and in anyone, right? I think faith is a great thing to have. I just... also, you know, be a good person. Like, there's a real issue out there of people thinking because they follow a certain practice, I suppose, automatically that defaults them to yes. I am doing good. I'm doing good in the world. When it's like, I don't think you're a good person just because you follow a certain practice. Like, I think you still have to prove that no matter what you believe in. But hey, maybe that's just me. But see, this is where... See, but now the conversation's happening as stuff I don't agree with. Because I also don't agree with people who are... Like, sorry, I don't agree with hating people who are religious either. You know? Like, I don't like that either. I don't like the cynical take that some people have with religion, and I don't like the religious ideals that some people push on non-religious people. It's literally just an in-between. I'm not religious myself. I don't know if there's a God out there. But at the same time, I'm not going to immediately judge people who are religious and go, oh my god, you're an idiot. I've talked about this. This is something that One Piece has taught me. That just because someone has a faith doesn't mean you're smarter than them. Like, One Piece has genuinely taught me that lesson. I'm not kidding. One Piece is my faith. Glory be to Monkey D. Luffy. My glorious king, Monkey D. Luffy. Because I don't know, you watch things like Skypiea in One Piece, because Skypiea is something that, you know, taught me about faith and praying and what that means. And then you see Egghead and you look at Kuma's story with Bonney, and then you look at Wano as well, and the people in Wano praying for freedom, and it's like... It taught me so much. I've talked about this. I used to be one of those people where I was like, I'm not religious. I'm so smart. What a fucking arsehole thing to think. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think now when I see that, I think that's a bit of an arsehole way to think. That just because you don't believe in a higher power or have that faith in a higher power, you are smarter than someone. I think that's an incredibly privileged thing to think. I'll be so honest. Because a lot of the time, it's not about proof. You know, it's not about proof, and it's not about, like, science. And it's like, yeah, science is obviously I believe in science, right? Obviously I do. But a lot of the time, I feel people who can't put themselves in a position of, like, having a higher power or having a faith, I think that's an incredibly privileged thing to have. To not have to want to believe in something better. Do you know what I mean? Like, I personally haven't experienced a grievance in my life that has been out of my control where I want faith that something can be better than this. And that's an incredibly privileged position to be in. You know what I mean? Which is why I'm like, I don't think people are stupid for wanting to believe in better, personally, but whatever. But it's person to person. I think it's crazy that One Piece taught me that, but One Piece genuinely did teach me that. But this is what I mean, right? Like doing a horrible thing in anyone's name and claiming I'm doing this horrible thing because of this thing, you're just a bad person. Like, I'm not gonna blame Faith for that. I'm gonna blame... No, you're actually just a horrible person. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Also, something else One Piece has taught me is don't, like, blame the believer. Blame the people who take advantage of the believer. That's something else One Piece has taught me. That you are just a monstrous person if you're taking someone's faith and turning it into, like, an opportunity for yourself. Like, I find that disgusting. Drew, you really generalized it. That is not what I mean. Or I guess you specified it. I'm talking about, like, the massacres of religious crusades throughout history. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the one specific person who was like, you killed my family. Okay, if you commit a monstrous act in the name of someone, it's a monstrous act that has no real purpose of revenge or anything behind it. You're a bad person. Simple. That's it. I should not have to specify that. That was pretty obvious when I said it. I don't really believe in committing monstrous acts for the greater good. I'll be honest with you. I don't think there is. That's something else One Piece has taught me. Is it really for the greater good if a monstrous act is being committed? Like, greater good subjective. That's something else One Piece has taught me. Is it really the greater good if to get to the greater good, which is causing massacres? Oh my god, Mama Mad Dog. Good question. That is a great example because that was not for the greater good, Drew. In fact, the man who created the atomic bomb, Oppenheimer, himself believes that what that was absolutely horrendous and that was a mistake. That's actually a great example and why I'm right. I do not believe in a greater good if a greater good means monstrous acts. You've used an example where the inventor of that himself thinks that that was a mistake. What greater good did that even cause in the first place? It created a nuclear arms race, man. I'm not sure what your point is with that. Drew, you are creating an entire hypothetical. I don't know how to tell you this. What you are saying is a hypothetical. Did you also know that at the time, I cannot believe I'm telling history to you. Did you also know that at the time that they actually did drop that bomb, that at the time that was controversial within America as well? Right? That even when they did that, that even a large population of America thought, why the fuck did we do that? What you are saying is a complete hypothetical. Like, it's simply not true what you're saying. You're making up a future that didn't happen, or a event that didn't happen by going, well, see, we had to do it, otherwise this would have happened. And that sounds like, again, I do not believe in that. Like, a hypothetical to use, yeah, why they did it. And many people will disagree with you and say the outcome that happened, like, that wouldn't have been the outcome anyways. That, in fact, was the argument when that was happening. That's, again, the inventor of the guy who made that bomb, Oppenheimer himself, thinks it was a mistake. He thought that was a mistake, and he's disgusted with what has happened through it. But Drew, this is what I'm saying. You're making that up. Like, it's not, that didn't happen. And you're saying, oh, but if we didn't do it, it would have happened. How do you know that? You don't know that. I simply do not believe in the death of how many citizens for a greater good. I do not think that's a thing. And again, we see the chain reaction that happened with that invention. We are now in a literal nuclear arms race because of that. You think this is greater good? I don't agree with you. I don't agree that this has been for the greater good. But Drew, I cannot believe I'm saying this. They were losing anyway. That was kind of what was happening. Like, historically, they were losing anyway. Like, again, what you're saying is wrong. Like, you are not... Yeah, so Drew, they would have lost anyway. What are you talking about? You are not making any sense. You've used an example that doesn't make sense. Because the example you have used is, I disagree, not for the greater good. The example you have used has in fact shown us a chain reactions of problems that has followed us into the current modern world, i.e., as I keep saying, a nuclear arms race. Why am I arguing about this with you? Why am I teaching you history? Like, any single person, if you ask them, hey, do you think nuclear war is good? Do you think a nuclear arms race is good? Anyone with a brain will say no. Anyone with a brain will say no. Nuclear energy is good. We did get something good out of it. But hey, I don't think this is the greater good. I just don't think it is. And that's exactly what One Piece has taught me. One Piece has quite literally taught me what is the greater good? What is this for? If it means the death of thousands of innocent people, is this really the greater good? No. It's just crazy that One Piece has taught me these things. That there is no such thing as, like, sacrifice if the person sacrificing does not want to sacrifice. That is not a necessary sacrifice, that's just slaughter. Steven Universe taught me that. Mel's History Lesson 101. Fuck, who was it in this chat that was, like, very much a history buff? Was that Sky? I can't remember. But Sky taught me that the Dark Ages is like a myth. I had no idea, and I keep thinking about that. I'm nearly up to 10 minutes and then I can play Pokemon for who knows how long. Do, 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 do. I can't remember who the history buff in this chat actually was, but they taught me many things. One Piece should also teach you you are not immune to propaganda. But yeah, pro-war propaganda is pretty bad. You should probably try and get that out of your head. That's another thing One Piece teaches about war. And how absolutely no one should want it and no one wants to do it. And how a lot of the time, it is usually unnecessary. That's kind of what Alabasta was all about. People were fighting for the land that they loved, but they were being tricked. I really, really like this Bonney art. One Piece does present it that way. I was gonna say, revolution is a response to war. These are crazy, crazy topics we're diving into while I'm editing a Bonney video. But I think One Piece just brings that out of people. Because personally, the way I see One Piece present war is something absolutely nobody wants. No one wants it. No one wants to do it. And anyone who wants to jump into war has been pushed to believe this is a good thing. This is something we must do. Hence why you have the Marines being cogs in the machine. Like, you look at Marineford, right? The Marines in Marineford were like, this is what we need to do. We have to do this. No, they don't. They didn't. I will happily say the Marineford was a total waste. Even Kobe said this is a waste of life. It was just an absolute useless war that achieved, in my opinion, nothing. Alright, I made it to 10 minutes. I want to play Pokemon. I miss playing Pokemon. Good talks, everyone. At the same time, I always say this. Don't get all your facts from me. I'm a One Piece YouTuber. I'm not a historian. So, la 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 la. I will be back in 20 minutes with my big bulbous brain. And, let me get my box. I'll be in my box until then. All right. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I will see you guys in 20 minutes. I'll see you guys in 20 minutes and I'll play Pokemon. See you until then. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.